Elden Ring. The Ring of Elders. Thank you, Fnarny Fnar no Far, for the follow. How is everybody doing? I hope it's well. We're getting hype. We're back to Elden Ring. Hi, Mike Adu. Hi, Raphael. How are we all doing? Hopefully the answer is good. Thank you for the first, by the way. Banana, banana, banana. I'm trying to fix one thing before we get started. Banana, 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 banana. I see you on. Whoa, you call it X? That's crazy. Oh yeah, the earthquake y'all had this morning. How is that? How is that going? Y'all are still getting y'all are still getting aftershocks? That's fucking crazy. I see you on X all the time. Oh, it's so nice to see you. Welcome. I'm trying to fix the things so that y'all can post links. One moment. Didn't feel it. Oh, damn. I mean, that's good. I've been in an earthquake once, but I was puking at the time, which was so not fun. Now I do opened up the demon in me. Come up, come on, get down with the sickness. Come up, come on, get down with the sickness. Come up, come on, get down with the sickness. Open up the with me. I'm trying to fix. I'm trying to, yeah. I'm trying to give y'all link permissions, but made a mixtape on cassette? Oh, that slaps, actually. Oh, sorry, I took off my jacket. I was doing something. In me. See, I don't watch baseball. I know like team names, but that's pretty much it. You had to get my paws dirty. Yeah, you know how it is. Why the fuck? Where is my thing? Okay, so my thing says that you guys should be able to post links. So I think the fact that y'all can't is a bot thing, but it's not Siri bot, so it has to be one of the other bots. Maybe it's the Stream Elements bot. Let me go look. No, don't post a link. You're just gonna get in trouble. I mean, not by me, but by the bots. I'm figuring it out. Hold on one second. Is it Nightbot that's doing it? Fucker. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Oh god, this part of the song's so uncomfortable. Hi, Ducky. Poop. Thanks for the 35-month sub. You're on a streak, girl. How you doing? I'm trying to, Oh, link protection. Okay. Somebody post a link real quick. Good afternoon, Scarlett. How's your new PC going? Breaking down and I had the whole world watching. Every night I cried, I almost died, and I knew you'd be here to stop me. Everything will be okay, right? Okay, somebody try and post a link real quick. Ooh, you have Starburst jelly beans? Share, share, share. Share, share, share. For me? Hey! I fixed it. Mail them to me, Ducky. Mail them to me. I gotta mail you some stuff, actually. I bought you some stuff that I need to mail to you. Also, did you just send the link to... Hold on. Is that just the link to the fucking Empire State Building Twitter account? Is it the Rainforest Cafe? Oh, not again. I thought it was the Rainforest Cafe thing. Yeah, why was your PC so expensive? Oh my god. Custom? Ours was custom too, and it was like 2 grand. What? I'm reading your specs. Hold on. I'm reading your specs. Sorry, I just realized it looks like I'm pissed as fuck at you. I'm not. I'm squinting so I can see better. Dun da, dun da, da 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 da. I mean, that still feels like too expensive. That still feels really expensive. I mean, okay. Gore, I love you posting the link to this to the stream as if I don't have 2 bots doing it now. Yeah, that's 23k for that is definitely crazy. Shut up, Pharrell. Sorry, I just realized in the fucking in the VOD that's gonna sound insane because y'all can't hear the music in the VODs because I turned it off. I don't care, I'm your biggest fan. You and Ducky are gonna have to fight over that title of being my biggest fan. Yeah. Okay, let me get the game booted. Give me 1 second. Feels like no one don't care. Like me, my dear. I'm glad you got a new PC, honestly. But also, expensive. Don't need to be complacent, but these decisions to make. But why? That is true. Gord did give me a child. Get over here, Ducky. I'll have a second one with you. Let's go. You died. I didn't even cry. No, not a single tear. And I'll kick of waiting patiently for someone that won't even arrive. Oh. In the back of my mind, I kill you. No, I didn't even regret it. Can't believe I said it. It's so no. I hate you. Gore's out here like, unless. All right. Ba-da-na-na-na. I don't know what those are. That could answer his question. Maybe. If I knew what it was. Okay, I gotta remember how to play. 1 moment, please. Un momento, por favor. I have to remember how to play. Oh, yeah. Okay. It was only me versus the world. Till I found it was me versus me. Why? It's a car? Okay, you own a car. That makes you rich. I don't own one of those. I also don't have a driver's license, though. They won't give a dog a driver's license. Would you believe that? Do you believe that? They won't give a dog a driver's license? Fucking assholes. A lot of them. How's my week been? Honestly, pretty good. It's been pretty laid back. Gore's birthday was on Wednesday. Tell Gore happy birthday. So we went out to this really nice, like, romantic, atmosphered Asian fusion restaurant, which was pretty cool. Delicious food. It's one of those old-time buggies. Oh, that's sick, actually. There's a guy I watch on TikTok who has one of those, and it's super cool. Oh, it's too high? Okay. It's super sick, and I love to watch him. He actually lives, like, in Texas. He's super chill. I love to watch him do stuff. But yeah, no, we went out and ate. It was nice. Oh, we went to go watch Godzilla vs. Kong last night, so I'm very tired. I stayed up way past my bedtime to go watch this movie. Ducky's playing Stardew Valley. Ducky, play with me. I haven't played the new update yet. Play with me. I thought about playing it yesterday, because yesterday was a mental health day for sure. I did not feel good yesterday. Okay, so we're over here. I don't remember for what, though. Hold on one second. While I try and remember what the fuck I was doing. I really don't recall. Oh, right! I forgot Adula was here. Hey, ads! Jesus, girlfriend. Sorry, Adula. Didn't realize you were over here. Yeah, the Steve's friends list was like, did you know? Jesus. I want to go see Ghostbusters so bad. I haven't had the opportunity yet. When you've got a toddler, it's kind of hard to go see movies. Because you got to find like a babysitter. And my toddler's in her, I hate everybody except for mom and dad stage. Adula, you still coming down here, babes? Okay, so I'm supposed to be finding Ranni, I think? Yeah, because I came out of the well. If I recall. So I think I'm supposed to be going to find Ranni? Sorry, I'm trying to remember what the fuck I was up to. But no, I did like it. It was so much fun. Now, I'm gonna say it. Monsterverse movies, not amazing. Not the best movies in the world. However, I love good sound design, and I love kaiju. Kaiju and big, chunky, like, monster sound design is so... Go into the temple past the dragon. That's where I just was. Kaiju plus good sound design is fantastic to me. And so I go into those movies knowing that they're not going to be great, but it's really just for fun for me. How the fuck did that not aggro her? Alright. It's cool, I guess. Anyways. So I went to that movie not really expecting it to be amazing. Which it wasn't. But it definitely was fun. It was really funny. I laughed a lot. I laughed a shit ton. But I will say, I think they did hear the feedback about people not really wanting to see so much about the human side of things. Because they really did tone that down, like, a lot. Can I go in that hole? Oh no, that hole is way too deep. Why is it there then? Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck's going on. Oh, I do have to go in the hole? Alright. I see how it is. I see how it is. Gore, stop begging people for money. It makes you look trashy. I'm allowed to say this as your wife. Alright, I made it in. Okay, I guess that's fair. But yeah, no, the movie was super fun. It was very, very funny. I laughed a lot. I love, but also I'm real big on animals and like biology. Oh, there she is. I'm real big on animals and biology. So I love watching movies with Kong in it because I like to see like how accurate they make Kong's like animalistic behaviors. Oh, thank you for the pets, Nico. How are you doing? I like to see how accurate they make Kong's behaviorisms. Which, pretty accurate for gorillas, I will say. Also, hold on, 1 second. I'm gonna move my model slightly to the left. There we go. There we go. That's nicer. So, I don't know. I just, I don't know. All in all, I had a good time. Put on ring. I mean, I guess I'm putting on ring. They have auction houses near us, do they? I didn't know that. We don't know any auctioneers, I think is the thing. Nobody in our life does that, so we just don't know any. That's all. No, we didn't. I need to figure out where she is. Though I may have lost my opportunity to go get her, but... Oh, you're an auctioneer. Well, that makes sense. See, the only auction I've ever been to is, like, horse auctions. Or, like, cattle auctions. There's no deadline? Okay, bet. Where the fuck did she go? I looked at chat for a second. When I looked back, the doll was gone. Oh, there she is. Hi.
So it was thee who would become my lord.
Guess so.
Perhaps I needn't have warned thee. I am pleased, however.
Matching hats.
Thou art a fitting choice.
Yeah, auctions are pretty fun, but we don't really have auction money.
It is there I shall find mine order.
Or
I bid thee
anything
path of the
that
Lord,
we would be able to auction,
and
I don't
once
think.
all is done, we shall see each other once more.
Yeah, I genuinely don't think I have anything. Like, I don't think I own anything that would be, like, auctionable. Oh, it's the greatsword that Gore literally would kill me for if it meant he got to have it. Oh, you ducky, you're so right. We have a child, but I think you sell children off Etsy because, like, they're handmade. I don't think you sell handmade things at auctions unless, like, it's, like, old. Hi. Oh, yeah, we could sell our kid to Harry Styles. Do you think Harry Styles would want our kid, Gore? Alright, Dawn. Since you are... Is her name pronounced Tish? Go back to Ranni's Rise. Alright, bet. Is her name pronounced Tish? Tish? No. No antiques, no jewelry, no nothing. Tish? Okay. Oh god, you're right. He is too busy fucking all the directors. Baby, I have a knockoff replica. I don't have a painting. I have a knockoff. I have a replica. That's not an actual antique. It's a faded replica. Oh yeah, you do have land. I guess we could auction off your land. Tish. Hi Berkey, how are you? Do we want to auction off your land? Is that something?
No. I'm part of her very being. I can never betray her.
Sir?
No matter what might happen. Ranni. She needs me.
Sir? Blaidd, you alright, buddy? What the fuck is that? That's dead on the floor right there. Blaidd, what did you just kill? Buddy? Bud? Bud? What is that? Yeah, Blaidd, gross, bud. You can't just be bringing dead people to my doorstep. Wait, I think the audio... Oh, the audio just... No, it's still there. It's just real quiet. I think my fucking headphones got turned down. Oh, yep, no, my headphones just got turned down. That's all. I was like, where the fuck did the audio go? My hands are cracking and sore. Put some worked 120 feet in the air today. Bro, your job scares the shit out of me. I'm Blaidd's sister-in-law? That's not gonna stop me from fucking him. They do it on the Pornhub. Why can't I do it? There's a half-shredded painting that was auctioned. Well, it's not even an actual painting. Mine's a knockoff. Anyways, sup, bud? What are you doing, love? You alright, lover? Oh! Baby? Oh, God. I need to get the fuck out of- I'm stuck. Don't really know what I'm stuck on, but I'm stuck. Oh, Jesus. Okay. I gotta remember how to play. Y'all just tossed me straight back into fucking Elden Ring. When I haven't touched this game in like a month. Try using tools that high without dropping them? Yeah, I couldn't, is the craziest part of this. Man, coming in on him from behind is definitely not the play. Also, that was so many fucking runes! Is he still just gonna be there and upset? Okay. Excuse me, bud. I got some runes over here that matter a lot to me. Okay. Oh, fuck. Don't. Oh, God. Oh, fuck. Okay. Feed the bunnies. Oh, so cute. Have a good time making dinner. I love bunnies. That's why we named our daughter Bunny. Oh, okay. I'm gonna... okay. This is gonna take me a minute. Your gold bar is covering your health. Oh, shit. Yeah, it sure is. Hold on one second. Nope, not that. What the fuck is that? What the fuck did I just drag? Oh, there we go. There you go. That's better now. Is it better now? Look nicer? There you go. There you go. I probably could have centered it more, but it's fine. Whatever. Bro, where the fuck? Excuse me. How far out will he chase me? Ow! Don't. Oh, god damn it. Did you know my aim is ass? What the fuck just hit me from behind? What the fuck is shooting me? And my man just teleported all the way back up there. Fuck you! I need y'all to be so for real right now. Come here. This is such bullshit. Get your ass down here. Okay, almost had it. Oh, he deals frost. Fascinating. Okay, I almost had him. I got it. I can do this. This is fine. I gotta remember all my buttons, but... Yeah, what the fuck was that dude doing? Where are my runes? Where'd they go? Excuse. Still can't believe this boy. Come out here, please. Thanks. Oh, fuck. Oh god, that was a bad time. Ugh. Ow! Okay. I'm starting to understand his system. Sir? Sir. I'm starting to understand his system. I'm getting anxious, is what it is. I don't want to do it, so it's making me anxious, is what it is. I'm like, I don't want to do it, so I'm like getting anxious about it. Oh, God. This is the worst for me. He's berserk for sure, especially the stance he's in. It's very similar to Guts's crouching stance. I'm prioritizing my runes. I hope that's all right. Come on. Ow. I forgot the attack button, which is so much fun. How the fuck do I keep forgetting what the attack button is? Ow. Get up. I'm leading him back up this way so I don't get got by that fucking mage. Oh, fuck. God damn it! Okay, I almost had it. I'm getting the system in. But also, I'm like keeping an eye open for Selena, because the fucking mages, man. The fucking mages. I also keep forgetting which button is attack. So I end up pushing the wrong button when I don't mean to. Okay. Don't mind me. Excuse me, babes. Love you. I'm just coming right over here real quick. Don't think about it too hard. All right, come on. Oh my fucking god! How did I automatically miss that? Oh god! I gotta back up. Okay, there we go. Nope! Fuck. I'm getting cocky, is what's happening. I might just have to let the runes go to get a sneak attack on him from the back. Can you even do that? Hold on, I'm gonna test something. And if this doesn't work, I'm gonna cry. But I'm gonna test something. Oh, you sure can. I want my runes. My man's got a big ass sword. I think it's another issue. Oh god, I was reading chat. I was reading chat. I was reading chat. Biggest mistake of my fucking life. I can't outroll! He jumps so far! Oh, fuck me. He jumps so far. Cheese him? Oh, wait. Flavor of taquitos? Beans. But I like beans. Gore doesn't like beans, so of course he's gonna say cheese. Am I winning? Absolutely not. But it's, I think, I'm gonna be so real. I think I'm having a mental block because I really don't want to kill him. I think I'm just having the worst mental block of my life because I don't want to kill him. I don't. It makes me sad. Okay. I really don't want to. I know he's optional. But I feel like if you don't, you just leave him here and he's just gonna be like in a really bad place, you know? Also, what a way to fucking start back up a stream. This is gonna take me for fucking ever because I don't remember how to play. Excuse me. fuck ever, man. My dodging is not on point today. I am not dodging very well at all. I feel like I'm like getting anxious about it. And so like, I'm like, because I'm getting anxious, I'm stressing. Anyways. You see what I mean when I said I was stressing? Anyways. I did lock the fucking, my bad. I said, you know what? Fuck this. I don't want to do this anymore. I locked the fuck in. Oh, that's a cute. That's cute. I really didn't. He got one attack in and then I was like, fuck you, actually. Sorry, I just... He stressed me out. Anyways, I look sick. I look sick as hell. Praise me! I got him that time. Oh, was that an option? I didn't see it. Oh, I need 31. Jesus. Hold on, I didn't see that his head was an option. Where? It's not showing as an option for me. Or am I just blind? Is that not it in the middle? We got horns. No, it's like the beekeeper mask. Anyways, I look sick as fuck. Look at the way the hat plomps when I run. Oh, that's so funny. That's a shit ton of food. Didn't you cook some of that yesterday, though? Sorry, babes. I look sick as fuck, though. The corpse on the wall behind Celibus? Oh, okay, okay. Sorry, babe. You had to die for the fashion. You had to die for the good of fashion. There's a corpse here? Yeah, Elden Ring drip is very important. Is it up there? Hold on, I'm just double checking this side real quick because I just realized I didn't really look. By running and jumping up the crumbling. Oh, okay. Oh, fuck. Almost had it. Fucking chill out. No! God damn it. I saw it. It was right there. Shit! Oh my god. Would this be faster without torrent? Maybe. Am I going to use torrent because torrent is here to be used? Yes. I didn't realize torrent could run up that. I didn't realize like one jump was enough for that. There it is. Talavis, you nasty bitch. All right, we are full on wolfing it up. Let's get it. All right. So I think last time we played, I was trying to level up my spirits. Because I think... Yeah, because Mimic is 7+. And then my wolves are 5+. And then my sword is 7+. So I think I was trying to get stuff to upgrade... I need to find Tish first. I don't know where she's at. So... That's what I was actually asking Dawn. I don't know if Dawn's still here. But I was asking Dawn about where she was so I could go get her. I don't know if Dawn's here though, is why I was saying. I do need to go see what I need for everybody else though, so I'm gonna go back here real quick. You know, glad to see we're all doing good.
Greetings. Are you here for...
Okay. So I need Ghost Glovewort 8. I need. Hold on, 1 second. I'm gonna pull up a second. Ghost. I'm gonna pull up a walkthrough real quick. Wort. I need 8. Okay. Found on 2 opposite sides of the Shallow River. Oh, okay. If I do the Shallow River. And Noxtella. Ogwen Palace, but I haven't gotten there yet, so... Also found under the bridge and Noxtella Eternal City. Oh, there's a bunch you can get there. Okay. Okay. So there are 2 in Noxtella. One on opposite. There are 3. There's one under the bridge and one on opposite sides of the river. Hi, Nick! I am back. I'm just checking to see what I need real quick. Sorry, bud.
Well, I took you for no matter it's layout, you're up.
And then I need Somber Smithing Stone 8. I'm gathering materials real quick. So I need Somber Smithing Stone 8. Miner's Bell Bearing? I don't think I have that. Oh god, there's a couple in the Lake of Rot. Okay. Let's go to Noxtella first and grab the ones there. Hi, Legendary! I'm good. How are you? I'm just trying to catch up real quick. So if I go... Need to go to the Eternal City. Yeah, Blaidd was a good guy. But I wasn't just gonna leave him there, like, fucking pissed out of his brain either. Okay. So there's one under the bridge. Which I imagine they mean that bridge. So... And they also said there's one on both sides of the shallow river, which I imagine is here as well? I'm not 100% sure though, so we're just gonna run in and see. Yeah, a Spirit Ash for Blaidd would have been sick as hell. Sorry, I just really don't like ants. I'm not happy about the ants, but if what I need is here, I'll make it quick. Okay. Ow. Fucker. Alright, I gotta come back in here and get my fucking souls. I got what I needed! But there are 2 more over here, so I gotta get them. We're just gonna run in, run out. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the ants. Killing them helps me feel a little better about it. I didn't realize how many of them were over there. And I also got extremely... I also got embarrassingly sidetracked by the corpse. Okay. Where the fuck are my souls? Where are they? Oh, they're underneath it? Okay. Stop. Oh god. Jesus. Fucking ants everywhere. I hate ants. Stop. What the fuck is up there? Hold on. Oh, Jesus. Oh, that's where I came in from. I remember now. Hi, Cookie! How are you? Oh, these guys attack. Today I learned. Yeah, I sure am. Oh! They're not very fast, but did not appreciate the way they just decided to drop down on me. Alright, there's a corpse over here. Anyways. Oh, that door doesn't open. Cool. Gonna head out for a coworker party later. Ooh, fun. Love that for you. Item ahead, but regret. What do you mean, but regret? What's wrong with it? Yeah, have fun, but not too much fun. Because if you have too much fun, you can get yourself hurt. Oh, I'm sure there is a mod that will add Blaidd. Supposedly there are like 2 more. It said 1 on each side of the river. Supposedly. There's a smithing stone. Not quite what I needed. What if I snuck up and gotcha? Anyways. I was having a little bit too much fun. I'm sorry. I don't know. It says there's 1 on either side of the... I guess I don't need 2. I really only need 1. So... I guess I can skedaddle. The hell do I need 2 for, you know? Watch as I need a second one for Tish and I just fucked it. Okay, hold on. We're gonna sit at the Grace real quick. Go ahead and look for 9. Boop boop boo doo boo. Ba-doo ba-doo boo ba-doo boo. Ghost Glove Ward 7. We need Ghost Glove Wart 9. Mogwin. Obtained from a chest on the upper rampart area. Oh. Oh. 6, 7. Okay, hold on. I found a map. Okay, so that's 7. 8 under the bridge. 9. Oh, I think I already have the 9. Hold on. Let me check. I may already have 9. I do already have 9. I have 3 9s. God damn. Got the great one. Ooh. Base of a waterfall. Oh. So I'd have to run all the way in. Oh, I could do that. Okay. Okay. I found a map that has all of them. Slashy McSlashy, dodge, dodge, dodge. Correct. Let's go. Hi, Neon. How are you? Hold on, I gotta kill this fucking ant lady again. And then dodge past the other ant lady. Oh no, you heard me. Die. Okay. Ant vanquished. Thank God. Okay. So I have to run past all of these bitches and go all the way down. Just follow the river all the way down. What we're gonna do is we're just gonna dodge, 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 and then run. We'll take the arrow. It's okay. And then we follow the river all the way down past these ants over here. We just dodge, 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 dodge. Then we run. And on both sides of the water, there should be stuff that we want. Okay, there's some ants over here. Not what I'm looking for. There it is. One over here. And there should be another one on the other side, which I may have already gotten. Oh, nope. Ow. Hey, whip lady, you don't need to be doing all that. All right. And now if I come, nope, that's the like rot. Okay, the waterfall basin. Supposedly, there should be another 9 up here next to the base of the waterfall. 4, 5, 1 second. 6, 6. I'm digging around, chat. 6. 3. 9. Oh shit! Fuck me. 7. Oh, of fucking course it is. 6. 8. Shit. Oh, okay. I might be able to survive that, but probably not. Okay, so I found the somber smithing stone I need. Well, I found the 8. I found both of the ones I need. All right, this is gonna be a bad time. I don't have any other words for this. This is gonna be a bad time. Okay. Oh boy, this is gonna be a bad time. Oh! I don't know why I didn't realize that was a cliffside. My dumbass. God damn it. Fuck. Shit, I'm dumb as bricks. I want to make sure I'm properly leveled before we start getting to other bosses. Because I'd like to fight Melania too. So I want to make sure I'm properly leveled before I do so. My dumbass. Oh my god. Well, luckily they're right here. Mini bosses help with leveling up. That's true. Going to be honest, I'll probably end up doing mini bosses next. Okay. The good news is they kill each other. Okay. Ow. So supposedly something that I need is like under this waterfall somewhere. Or under a waterfall somewhere. I'm not 100% sure. Okay, so you go here, or here. 7. Cancel river. Ow! You son of a bitch. Alright, it's supposedly right around here somewhere. That's there. Yeah, supposedly what I'm looking for should be around here somewhere, unless I've already grabbed it. Which I may have. And I don't think... I know that there's something down there that you can fight. Yeah. Okay, so... Oh. There's a whole other path there. How do you get there? There's a lift? Hold on, I'm just now realizing that there's a whole other... Could I get there from here? I could. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I may have grabbed it. So I'm looking for the 9th glovewort. I already have a couple. I have got 3. However, I just learned that there's another path over here? That might take me somewhere nice? So I'm gonna... Or take me somewhere new, at least. Also, some of the somber smithing stones I need are in here, unfortunately. I'm keeping an eye on my health, don't worry. Maybe not. Perhaps I was wrong. Wait, what the fuck is that? Why does it look like that? Why is it so bright? Huh. This place sucks, by the way. Just thought I'd say. This place is absolutely the pits. That might be the item I need. Ugh, but would it be worth just dying for it? I guess so. Well. Okay, got it. Well, I got the item I needed. Or wait, was that even the item I needed? Hold on. That may have been the one I already have, and if so, I'm gonna cry. 8, 6. It wasn't. The item I need is deeper in. Oh my fucking god. Well, rest in pieces. It was a somber smithing stone, but it was an 8, and I needed a 9. Which is in the middle. Was it worth all the runes? Not really, but it's too late now. Well, I need... So I do need one. But the one I need is, let's see, where is it? Oh, the one I need is... Follow the little lines. Okay, that's that. Go up. Over. The one I need's here. And my runes are all the way over here. So I did book it from there to there before I died, so I could probably do that. Maybe. We'll see. Man, Scarlet Rot is the fucking worst. Alright. Yeah, just your average American lake. So fucking true. Where the fuck is it? It should be over here. Where is it? Oh my god. Where is it? Did I already get it? Above on the platform? Oh, it's up there? How the fuck do I get up there? Oh, you can just put me down. Stop. How is it up there? How do I get up there? Oh. Because that's what I need. Hold on. Hold on. Let's see. How do I get up there? Upgrade material. Okay, found on a corpse on a raised platform. How do I get onto the raised platform? Real question. How do I get up there? Oh boy. Oh brother, how the fuck? I'm just gonna do a reconnaissance. I'm just gonna look around the pillars and try and figure that out for myself. Oh. Figured it out. And there's a guy up here that's gonna want to fight me. Yeah, I read about you. Whatever, bro. Oh, he hits like a bitch. Plus the rot. I see. I could probably just run past this guy. Well, there go all my souls. What do I need to, like, not get got by the fucking... Elevates blood loss, immunity, robustness, focus. I do not have... Yeah, I don't have those things. Did I already... I haven't really been collecting the cookbooks. Oh no, I have been. Nice. Yeah, it's alright. I'll be okay. I'll just run past him. It's not the end of the world. I just need that one item. Oh, is that just up now? Shit. That's just up. Now. Hmm. Can I make it come back down? Cannot. That's just up now. Hmm. Oh, fuck me. You think there's an elevator? Maybe. Or another up, perhaps? Who knows? Who knows? Is it obvious that this is my first playthrough? Because I'm just like, Jesus. If I'm gonna be completely honest, there's probably a button somewhere that brings it back down. Because it goes up right there. Like, this is my first playthrough, and Gore hasn't touched this game in ages. Hold on, what? Go to the grace inside the temple. Go to the lake. Go to the right side, hugging the wall. You'll see a bug and rock formation that leads to a ladder. Oh, okay. I'm just kind of looking. Cool, cool. Go to the lake. Hug the wall. Hmm. Hmm. I feel like I'm missing it. But maybe I'm just stupid. Let me up. Oh, nice. What the hell's that over there? Do I even want to know? Probably not. Trying to get a better angle. It's a room? It's a room. Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna start over from down here again. Because I might be stupid. Oh. Thanks, Score.
Hello.
Ew, gross. Don't want to hear your voice. Just show me the thing. Okay, you go upstairs. Mm-hmm. 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 I'm gonna up it to 2 times speed, please. Make it quick. Okay, so I was in the right area. Oh, it's like all the way around the corner. No, don't fuck with me! I got the power of God and anime on my side! Whoa! Hello! Hi, Yiggy! Oh my goodness. Oh, 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 oh. Ba, ba, ba. Hi, Yiggy! Hi, Raiders! How was your donathon? Gamers Going Blind and Flame Godly, thank you so much for the follows. I hope you're having a great day. Brub, 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 brub. Nebby Magpie, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. I hope you're having a great day. It was fun. You had a good time? I still have like 4+ hours left. Oh my god. The way I would cry. You were stronger than I. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and put that on my armor class. Alright, you still have 4 hours left. Did it go good though? I was there at the very beginning, but then I had to start streaming myself, so, you know, unfortunate. Gotta go. Oh yeah, go feed those cats before they bite your face off, as cats are wont to do. But also, hello Raiders. I hope you guys had a good time with my good friend Yiki. My name is Peach. My name's Tragedy, but everybody calls me Peach. And I am a cyberpunk dog girl streamer. And I stream a variety of games. Recently, it's been a lot of Elden Ring, however, as I prepare for the DLC and I try and get good, which despite me having over 12 streams of Elden Ring now, does not seem to really be happening. Getting good is not really in my dictionary. So this guy's gonna jump me. There's a guy that's about to show up here, and he's gonna jump me. And I'm just gonna let him. Or should I fight him? I'm not all rotted anymore, so I probably could. Oh! I'm all rotted now. Fell to my death. God damn it! Ah, that was my only bonus! Alright. I knew I should have run. Goddamn gravity! I should have just outrun him. I realized how close I was getting to the edge and I was trying to fix it. I should have just outrun him. I could have done it. God, all I gotta say is the Elden Ring devs are fucking assholes because they could have made this ladder so much closer if they were going to put a motherfucker up there that was going to try and murder me on sight. You know what I mean? Like, if they're gonna put a dude up here that's gonna kill me on sight, maybe don't make me get all rotted first. Is all I gotta say. Runes? There's no runes to get. I've lost them all. Alright, I just need one fucking item and then I don't need to be here anymore, so... I also really wish there was a potion in the game that ends Scarlet Rot. Ah, this is fine. Where is he? Oh, so he won't fall in trying to get me. But I can fall in trying to avoid him. I see how it is. That's some fucking asshole behavior, but I get it. Hi! How are you? I gotta go down this ladder real quick. Don't mind me. I'm just about to get jumped. Oh, I can't teleport. I'm not even being chased anymore, but it won't let me teleport. But Kay, thank you so much for the resub. I hope you're having a great day. I'm not. Oh, okay. Rescued. Woo! 13 months, right over a year. That's crazy. I got what I needed though. It's because they're woke. Yeah, I'd believe that. Okay, boop, boop. I gotta go back now. Just go. No. I feel like my sub got canceled and I never saw it. It may have. Mayhaps? Mayhaps? That's a possibility. Twitch hates money. Well, it's like, I would have been like, oh, maybe I got canceled because I didn't stream for like ever. But like, I don't think that's true because Ducky's has lasted. Oh, right. I don't have any fucking runes. 1 second. I forgot. Oh, I didn't mean to only use one. My dumbass. I meant to use all 12. Yay! They really do make so much money on sponsors. It's fucking ridiculous. Still not enough? Still not enough? Okay. I made the mistake of not looking to see how many I would need. May come back. Have fun. Okay, bye! Thanks for coming by. I appreciate it. I'll just use the big one. Yummy. And then we'll use this big one next. That's enough. There we go.
Greetings, are you here for
Spirit tuning. Ooh, okay. I need more souls before I can do that. How many do I need for this? Oh, not that much. Suzu Tails, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. I hope you're having a fantastic day. This should be enough. Yeah, that should be enough.
No matter.
That's not enough. I'm 400 off. I'm eating. Hold on. Can I eat the thing? Where is it? I'm keeping Radon's. I don't need that. I'm eating it. I love your live 2D design so much. Oh, thank you so much. It was a joint effort between a lot of people, but I'm very proud of the way it's come out. I'm actually getting a completely new model here soon for my 2.0 that we're all super excited for. Same artist, it's different design, same rigger too, so shouldn't be too different, but all right, we strong as fuck now. I can fucking be gone. Be gone. Wait, be gone. Okay, I don't know where I'm supposed to go next. I imagine here, maybe? Wait, what the fuck is the abandoned coffin? How'd I get there? I'm very confused. But yeah, oh, right, the dragon. The dragon. Everybody was like, oh, you don't want to be here. Y'all were correct. Because I can't outrun this dragon, can I? Excuse me. Yeah, because he lands and is just immediately a fucking asshole. If I recall properly. Oh, whatever. I totally could outrun that dragon. Fuck that guy. Anyways. Long time no see, girly!
Again.
We sure do. How are you?
In truth, it's been smooth sailing for me.
Really? The dragon?
Scarlet rot has stilled since last we met.
I'm glad to hear it.
As such, I've been able to continue my journey. Though rather vexingly,
yeah.
I realized that if I still had my sword arm,
yeah,
I could have aided you in battle.
You totally could have against that dragon down there, possibly.
Now I'm tracing the path Melania took.
Oh.
After unleashing the power of the Scarlet Rot during her battle with General Radahn in the Caelid Wilds.
Yes, I know about that.
I should like to meet her. This vanished woman.
I imagine you would.
I think she's in the north. In the lands that lie beyond the Erd Tree.
I'd believe it. You seem to just know things.
Now, she's passed in.
Alright, well, nice to see you again. Let's go, Torrent. I just want to come up here and see what the fuck's going on. You never know. Sometimes there's neat shit. See? What'd I tell you? Neat shit. The beast eye quivers? The fuck does that mean? Oh. Oh. I see. Excuse me? What the fuck is going on right now? I'm just fighting the boat guy, right? You know that fucking hurts? I hate horseback battles. Shit's ass, man. Gotta go find this bitch again. Oh. How fucking obnoxious. There he is. I know I can use the other trigger, but I still hate it. Oh god. Leave me be, you big skeleton bitch. Problem solved. Asshole. Good boys. Fucking cunt. I hate those dudes. They are legit the fucking worst. The other one up there. Alright, bet. I mean, this place is gorgeous. I'd live here. I absolutely would live here. This is gorgeous. So why the fuck is everybody here assholes? Oh. Hey, gang. Ow. Jesus. Jiminy fucking Christmas. Hi, Mara. How are you? I'm just around here to collect. Like, goddamn. Irritating. Y'all are some irritating ass bitches. I know, he's just gonna come back to life, whatever. Oh, piss off. I hate you. Oh, look at that. Dungeon. Whee! Let me in. Oh, he's gonna follow me in here? Yeah, I learned. Dungeon, dungeon, dungeon. The fuck's in here? I'm just kind of exploring. You know how it is. All these dungeons look the same, look the same, look the same. All these dungeons look the same. I'm confused as fuck. All these dungeons look the same. Look the same, look the same. All these dungeons look the same. Oh my fucking god, it's dark. Oh, it's real. Damn. Oh. I see. Mm-hmm. What the fuck? Ow. Don't. No more of that. I'm not even 100% sure which one I just picked up. Did anybody catch what lily that was that I just scooped? What number it was? Ow. Y'all fucking suck. God. I always forget to check around corners for those guys. That's a 5. Ooh. Yum. Fucking love it here. Nope. Oh, hey, big boy. Oh my god. Oh god. Anyways. Guess I'm going up. Don't mind me. I'm sure whatever's up here is better. Fucking ow. Crunchy audio? Yeah, it's been doing that a lot lately. Oh! Oh, shit. Yeah, I don't know why, but for whatever reason, whenever a lot's going on, my audio gets like hella crunchy. I don't think I even need anything in here. I don't really know why I'm in here. I just saw it and was like, oh, that looks fun. What I need to be doing... Millicent's over there. I need to find where the map piece is over here. Is what I need to be doing. And yes, I am just leaving those runes. I don't care enough about them. But yeah, I don't know why, but from time to time it gets real crunchy. Is it still crunchy? Or is it better now? Man, all these ruins fucking... I love the aesthetic of the ruins out here. But by God, just wandering around in all of them suck ass. Yes, ma'am?
The Erd Tree is close.
Yes, it is.
Only a little further till the foot of the Erd Tree.
Yep.
And the accord is fulfilled.
Bet.
It takes me back. I was born at the foot of the Erd Tree.
It takes you back to birth?
My mother gave me my purpose, though now everything is lost to me. I have to ascertain for myself
Yeah.
the reason for which I live, burned and bodiless.
Good question. Hold on, chat. Is the audio still crunchy? Because if so, I need to do some emergency stream kerfiddling. No? Okay, thank God. Miquella's lily. So Miquella is a lily kind of gal. Not necessarily what I would have expected, but you know. Not an awful pick. Man, this place is so much prettier than literally all of the other places. Excuse me, boys. I'm just gonna ride through your camp real quick. Holy shit. Jesus fucking Christ. I was just trying to do a ride through. God damn. Ballistas? Are you so for real right now? Y'all are a bunch of freaks. Ooh, temple. Let's go check that out first. I'm not going towards the obvious place that the game wants me to go because I want to explore a little bit. I don't want the game to be over too fast, you know? Excuse me, boys. Oh, giants? Honestly, giants are fine. This isn't gonna protect me. Yeah, I realized too late that that was not gonna protect me. Oh, this place is cool. What's the point of it? Is it just to get your shit blown in, or? I mean, it's neat. Can't really fathom what the whole point of it is. I mean, it's beautiful. Would love to live in a place like this one day. But also... not much going on here, you know? Oh, fuck. Jesus. Sorry, Torrent. Ooh, Torrent took that straight to the back leg. Jesus Christ, these guys shoot those far. Ah! I forgot how far they can shoot those. I'm gonna sit for a second. Take a load off. Upgrade my flask. Oh. What's up, bud?
Bok, this seems ready to make.
Hmm. Why would I want to alter that?
Oh, going so soon?
Yeah,
Please do be safe on your journeys.
will do. What the fuck? Okay, I need to go there to get the map. Got it. Oh, I gotta go get the map. Ooh. We love collecting golden seeds. Excuse me, boys. Got a map to acquire. Hello?
Ah, look who we have here.
What's up, bud?
How delightful to meet a familiar face, even after departing the Round Table Hold.
Yeah.
I've been doing some learning of my own since then, actually.
Yeah, how's it been going?
And will happily pass it along to you.
I'll take it.
I'm yet to find the noble gold mask.
No luck.
I suppose he'll be closer to the Erd Tree.
Probably.
The path ahead might be perilous, but tread it I shall. Since departing the Round Table Hold,
He's got a
I've
lot to
come
say.
understand in my solitude how little it is I truly know.
Mm-mm.
That is a work of heresy.
Yeah,
Its incantations bear no lineage from the Erd Tree.
yeah.
Very well. May the golden orb.
Have a good one, bud. I got places to explore. Wait, that's only the map for over here. I see. There's a crone up there, though. We'll always say hi to a nice crone. The fact that these people can run up on you when you're on horseback is a little insane to me. Well. Hey, girly.
You
Absolutely.
to the east. Ruins of gold.
Uh-huh.
To the west. Wherever it is a curse.
Bet. Alright, east and west. Oh, hey, bud.
Oh, dear.
Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you.
I terribly sorry.
No, you're good. Didn't mean to scare
Here
you.
was a customer.
Yeah. What you got? Crafting items. Ooh, cookbooks. Fortunately, I'm broke. However... That's still not enough. How many do I need? 4,500. Oh, Jesus. Buy that.
I must apologise.
No, you're good.
I'm afraid I've very little to offer.
No, it's good. I got what I needed, so thanks. Big preach. Why am I, the tiniest bit afraid of where the fuck this thing's gonna take me? I'm gonna touch it. But I don't know where it's gonna bring me. Oh. This is not at all where I thought this was going to take me. Actually. Are those ladies fucking it up over there? Hold on. That's a mage. And he's about to be a pain in my ass. The hell's going on over here? Oh. Oh, they're unbothered by the men that explode. Okay. Oh my god. Jesus. What the fuck's going on over here? This place is, kind of the pits. Thanks, ladies. Hope y'all are having a good time. I'm not ruining their vibes. They're still fine. They're having a great time. No vibes have been ruined. The only vibes that have been ruined here are my own. Those ladies are still having a fantastic time. I just wanted their clothes. What the fuck? Where am I? Big ass lizards, huh? What? I've got so many questions, but I'm not even gonna ask them. I'm just gonna let the game. Yeah, I am. I'm a dog. I take what I like. What I like becomes mine. Oh, they're still having a good time. Okay, bet. See, these ladies are having a great time. And I'm not even gonna bother them. They're giggling. They're hiving, they're jiving. They're having a great time. I'm not gonna ruin their vibes. I have no interest in ruining their vibes. I just want to look around, see what they've got. Horse. Yeah, sure is. Yeah, I'm gonna leave those two alone. It seems like everybody here is really enjoying life. Why they have a rune arc is beyond me. It's none of my business, however. The ideal village. Full of girlies doing girly shit. Braiding each other's hair. Tap dancing. Oh, there's a dog. Ah! Ow! Wait! I don't want to hurt the girlies. Well, the girlies forced my hand, unfortunately. I wasn't given a choice. I didn't ruin their vibes. Their dog ruined my vibes. That lady's just sitting. I don't trust it. See? She didn't even have good vibes. Come on, Granny. Oh, falling off the cliff, Torrent. There we go. Good job, bud. Okay. Torrent? The fuck did I just say about not falling off the cliff? Torrent. Oh my god. Anyways, I'm not ruining... I was making you nervous. I didn't do it on purpose. Anyways, I'm not ruining anybody's vibes. If anything, they're ruining my vibes. By being rude to me. Are my runes up? I think they're up. I have no idea where my runes ended up, actually. Whatever, man. Yeah, it's a lot of nyeh-hang over here. Ladies, what are we worshipping? The giant windmills? There's a man. I see. Jesus, chill out, bud. Easy peasy, no biggie. Yeah, I have reached Cackling Grandma Village. It really does feel that way. Is that who they were worshipping? Big boy? Alright, I guess. Anyways, I think it's time to move on from Cackling Grandma Village. They do some weird shit. You mean like at random decide to jump me with knives? They skin people and well, they do have blood all over their mouths, so I imagine they were probably cannibals. Yeah, they have blood all over their hands and mouths, so I was like, probably cannibals for sure. And you know, the whole eyes turning red and coming after me thing too. Excuse me, ladies. But you know, who am I to tell these women that they can't have a good time? Big secret, I know, but they are in fact a cult, yeah. Believe it or not, I could tell. Anyway, supposedly there's another Grace around here somewhere. Okay. We don't have to be assholes about it. What did I just say? I just said we don't have to be assholes about it. Oh my fucking god. That's not what I clicked. What about we don't have to be assholes about it? Are you guys not understanding? Oh, the trebuchets are like fun. Automatic. Ow! 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 Fucking goddamn it, Torrent! This place looks like it's fun. The trebuchet, the ultimate siege weapon. True. Can I touch that, please? Why did my weapon just decide to fucking go away? Bring it back. Bring it back. Jesus. Here we fucking go. What's up, Melania? How you doing?
Spoken echoes of Queen
Yay,
Marika
baby got bath!
linger here as well.
Do they?
Shall I share them with you?
Sure.
In Marika's own words, hear me, demigods, my children beloved.
Children beloved.
Make of thyselves that which he desire. Be it a lord, be it a god. But should ye fail to become aught at all,
Damn.
ye will be forsaken.
Damn, she said be something.
Only
But if you're
to
not,
sacrifice
sucks.
it.
I hate you. I'm not even gonna lie, she's a little crazy for that. I didn't mean to fucking hit my lantern, but there we are. Oh, there's just a hole in the ground. That's pretty fun. Yeah, get a fucking job or you're getting disowned is essentially what this woman said to her kids. And honestly, I get it. Look, my baby's too young to get a job, but like, I respect the energy. She said, get a job or else. Alright, if you'll excuse me, sir, I just need to get by you. No need to get freaky with it. What the hell is that music for? I literally just said no need to get freaky with it. Ooh. You know, I've ended up here. I don't really know where here is, though. Yeah, you can read my fingers.
A tarnish, surely gold. That's it. Oh, tarnish. And what a finger.
Cool. I'm not going to the Erd tree yet, so... I need to get this map piece, actually, so... If you don't mind, I'm just gonna keep heading on. I mean, I would like to try fighting the other bosses that everybody's... That's a dragon behind me. Not a dragon. What the fuck is that? Giant? Oh! What's one of those? Run, 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 run! Oh, fuck, run, run. I didn't realize it was one of those. Run. Get off the horse. Okay, cool. He stays up there. Good. Good to know. 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 That. Did you know he stays up there? Fucking hate gargoyles. Guys suck. Anyways. I gotta upgrade my flasks. Beautiful. Okay. Wow, this map is gorgeous. I need to go back over this way and unlock that map side of things. Because that's the Erd tree. But I feel like there's still so much. So I'm gonna come back over to the catacombs, and we're gonna go find the map piece over here because I want to. I like expanding my map. Anyway, and which way do we need to go from here? Up. We need to make it to this road, so we'll just follow my little tingy tang. And we'll do our best. Yeah, I wanna unlock the map, so that way it makes it easier for me to get from point A to point B if I need to like grind or something. I don't. So I know Rykard is on the list. Melania is an optional boss, but I'd like to attempt her at least. I haven't done Morgot yet, I don't think. Morgot. So there are definitely some that I have not done, for sure. Okay, which way do I need to go from here? Back up that way. Right, because I went that way last, so I need to go back up this way. Ooh, wait. Where am I? Oh. I should go back here and run that way then, is what I should do. Okay. That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, so apparently Rykard And I think Rykard and Morgott are both like nearby. She said the snake is to the east, I believe, is what she said. So, you know, take from that what ye will. Okay, you don't have to scream at me. Chill the fuck out. Did I already grab this? I didn't. New for me. Why do I feel like there's gonna be bears in here? Every time there's a foggy oh, that looks worse than bears. I just feel like every time there's a foggy forest, there are bears. I need to be up. Go around these weirdos. I don't like the sounds they make. Ugh. Yeah, I need to go back up. That's unbearable. That's unbelievable. I don't like the noises they make. It's very upsetting to my earballs. Okay, so take this path up. Once I get here, I need to go... Okay. Go this way. And then go down around this way. Oh, look at that. Yippee! Have a good time at that party! Don't miss me too much. It'll make your coworkers sad. Oh, there's a draft I could have used to get up here. Whatever. Ooh, cemetery. I don't need anything in there. Okay. We got big boys. Chill out. Ooh, head bashers. Ugh. Dogs guarding this place, looks like. There's a Stake of America here. Ah. Okay. Oh! Okay. I see. I was just curious. I probably shouldn't have been. Really is none of my business. Okay, but we're taking the right path, so. Ooh. We love when these things are all broken down. Free items, free goodies. Oh, running across this is not going to be fun for me. Mount Gelmir. Sexy little mountain. All right. Super cool. Okay, so if I just follow this road all the way up, somewhere I should hypothetically run into a map piece. Or I will hypothetically run into me getting my ass whooped. Man, she is going. Ow, ow, ow. Why at me? did she decide to go? Lady, what the fuck? I just wanted that item. Anyways, it's a bad time around here. Ooh, we're hanging giants. So much fun. Love it. Oh, why? Why am I being forced to run here? What if I don't want to run here? Have you ever considered that? Oh, that's why. I see the problem. I see the dilemma. And I can't pull out my map here. Yeah, that straight up is Ichigo's blade, is it not? All right. Okay, so I can't follow this path forward because that. So there's gotta be another way around. All right, hop up. Oh, she's watching me. Y'all see her? Y'all see the way she's watching me? That one right there. I mean, they are too. But that one specifically. Man, they are pissed off. Come get me. Yeah, free experience. I'll take it. Ooh, yeah, I'll take that too. Re-angling. Re-angling. Huh. Perhaps there is an up? Not her trying to re-angle on me. That's really goofy, actually. Alright, well... Seek left and then ladder ahead. Oh! Seek left? Ladder? Seek left. Down here left. No joy ahead. Well, you know, I wasn't expecting joy. Damn. Ooh, okay. I can get down. I got it. That was my bad. It's because I jumped. I yumped. I yumped when I shouldn't have yumped. First off, high road. Up. Up? But yeah. There's a church over there. So I'm trying to get past whatever the fuck's going on over here so I can find the map that's over here, but not looking great for me. Hi Dog Ant, how you doing? Well, that's the thing, is I think it's in this fog somewhere. But I'm not sure. Playing Stellaris, fun. And there's nothing if you go over this way, if I recall correctly. I can't see it in the cloudy. But if I recall properly, you can't really go anywhere this way. Or maybe you can. I thought it just ran you into these ruins and then like that was it. Open this at least. Just to have that open for later. I just want to look. You know what? I changed my mind. I don't want to look. I don't like that noise. I'm sleepy today. We went to see that movie far too late. Hi. You'll excuse me. Hello. You'll want to try to get to Volcano Manor. Don't know where that is, but I will keep an eye out. Probably just go ahead and teleport back to where I was. It was the direction I was heading up the mountain. But, like, there's a dead end here. Unless I'm just stupid? Hold on, I might just be stupid. Let me go look. It said seek left. Seek left and ladder ahead. And that bitch is just swanging. No, leave me alone. Don't. Oh, he's still coming after me. Oh, and dogs! God fucking damn it. I just got an ad, sorry for half a second, I got 4 more ad- What the fuck? Thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. God knows I need them both. It is warm back here. Okay, so... Yeah, when I follow the path, it takes me here. Which, this ain't great. Hold on, I'll just look it up. Wah, wah. Wah, 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 wah. Broken Bridge. Mount Gelmir. Elden. Okay. Bridge of Iniquity. Hug the left wall when walking along the path. Okay. Hold on. I just want to see what the name of that fucking thing is, but you're not gonna let me because these dogs are aggroed? Bullshit. Not this game not letting me do shit because I've got fucking aggro. Okay. Bridge of Iniquity. Follow the path. Hug the left. There's a rope bridge. Okay. We will see if this is true. God, it's starting to get hot back here. I've almost been playing for 3 hours though, so that's probably why. Okay, they said hug the wall. Follow the path. there is rope bridge. Or rope ladder. If you hug the left wall, following the path. You know, I trust people and I don't think I should. That guy's still alive. Go ahead and take you out of your misery. I still don't see it. Hold on. Gore, I'm gonna click on what you've got. What? Hold on. Okay, so you go to Erd Tree Gazing Hill. I'm confused. Maybe I'm just stupid. I could be just really dumb. There it is. I got it. I found it. Okay, we're good. Oh, thank God, these bitches. I genuinely did not expect it to be in there with the big boys. Or the big girls, I guess. They're maidens. Oh, fuck me. So that jump scared me a little bit. That's a fall drop. It would really suck if they put an enemy right here that tries to kick you down. Okay, and then there's a grace over here. Okay, cool. We're up here now. Yeah, if I get jumped, it's worth it. Alright. Is it a wolf? Sorry, bud. I needed that a little more than you did. Okay. We got it, we got it, we got it, we got it. We're good. We're Sanguchi. Whoa. Fascinating. Alright, we're just gonna follow the path. Get where we need to be and follow the path. This place fucking sucks. We're gonna follow the path. Woo! Big boy. Man, he's a coming. Alright, there's another rope ladder. I see it. We're going. We're going, we're going, we're going, we're going, we're going, we're going, we're going. Damn, what the fuck? Look at his little skittery ass! Oh boy. Oh man. He do be skittering. Anyways. I know stopping there was risky, but I wanted to laugh. I wanted a good laugh. There are two options here. I'm gonna go with the option I saw somebody else doing. Alright, here we go. We're going uppies. There's a trap. Knew it. Anyways. Can these guys climb? Oh! Yep, they can. Go, 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 go. Ow! Do you like me being like climb, 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 climb? We're just gonna follow the path. We're just gonna follow the path. I don't really know what's going on in here, but we'll go take a look-see, I guess. Oh, it's those guys. Okay. What's up, y'all? Uh-oh. Anyways, get a lantern real quick so I can actually see what the fuck's going on around me. Very nice. Alright, what the fuck's going on around here? I feel like that's probably the way forward. So let's go back down this hole. Ooh, ooh, there's a lot of y'all down there. Okay. Ugh, big ass rat. I love rats, but that guy is rough looking. Go ahead and drink this. To have it ready. Ugh, that bleed. Hey, big boy. Hey, big boys. Hey, biggins. All right. We're all good. That would be a little easier to take them in that corridor where they had to come at me one at a time. Oh, okay, there's a boss in there. That's cool. Let's go ahead and gather all this. Yeah, we're heading to Volcano Manor. But first, defeating mini-bosses. Weak foe ahead, but precious item. Time for weak foe. Lover ahead, turn back. We'll bring the mimic, I think. Nice. All right. Queen Margot taken care of. No issues there. Yeah. She wasn't much. Poor thing. Didn't stand a chance. Anyways, let's level up real quick. Get all of our shit back, too. I think we can level up. Yeah, we sure can. Da 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 da. I'm gonna up my strength just in case I want to get a new weapon later on. But, you know, for now I think it's fine. Hey, gang. Anyways. I gotta go across this bridge. So if you'll excuse me. I've got a bridge to take. Look, sometimes you just have to commit casual murder. So I can take the ladder or I can take a horse. Taking the horse. Oh fuck. Taking the horse. Oh! It's one of these fucking things. Well, ain't that fucking great. Oh boy. Ah! Oh god. Get up! Genuinely hate these fuckers. I hate these dudes with a passion. Jesus, I hate these guys. Some of the most annoying bitches, I think, of all times, those guys are. Yeah, I know I've got more space and I can summon, everything's good and dandy, but like... Bro, what the fuck? I'm also now way higher than I need to be. So, you know, that's fun. Gonna go ahead and take that wind draft down. Jiminy Christmas. That fucking dude. I was like, oh, I'll take the wind draft. Shouldn't have taken the wind draft. Should have just been fucking a man about it and climbed. God damn, I'm climbing for an eternity. Holy shit. It's like I will never stop climbing. Okay, here it is. This is the same place I just was. Bitch, what the fuck? Did I go the wrong way again? I am the stupidest bitch. On planet Earth. I can keep going this way. Can I? I cannot. Careful, Torrent. Jesus. One second. I still have that walkthrough you gave me. Heathwater River, Site of Grace. The Site of Grace. Oh, I see. That's there. Okay. Okay. Oh, you gotta run to the edge of the rock and jump down. Got it. Bet. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's right here. I just didn't see it. Torrent is amazing. They should write fucking novels about this horse. Okay. Oh! Torrent is such a good boy, and I get his ass 8. You're fine. Ow. Stop. Stop. Please. Please. No more. No more. That's enough out of you. Jesus. The fuck is that? Don't get me. Lord Rykard. Alright, well, you know. Leave it to the siblings to have fucking weird ass hands. Why the fuck does both Ranni and Rykard keep hands in their company? Just like casually. Oh. Oh, you're alive. Oh, you're alive. Hmm. What if I went up here? Oh! There's men up here. Okay. Then I will just do something beautiful, and I'll just go behind you. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You don't need to freak out. It's alright. You're okay, honey. No need to freak. What? Real quick. Huh? Ah! Oh, I don't know my weapon. Oh, fuck me. What the fuck is this thing? And I'm right to be afraid of it, right? Oh, God. Jesus. Yeah, random boss is random. Bitch just fucking whipped himself out of nowhere. Uh-huh? Tree. Yeah. Yeah, I could tell that he is Tree. Why did Tree just decide it wanted to jump me? Why did Erdtree decide I needed to die? Just real quick like. You know, just out of blatant curiosity. Jesus. A bit much, don't you think? God damn. Oh, I see. This is where I was earlier. Ah, yes, loops back around. Fantastic. Grand. Jesus. That was the jump scare of a lifetime. Look at him, he left fucking wood in the air. Hold on. And yeah, no, it's okay. It just startled me a little bit. There's just a little bit of a scary tree, that's all. I'm gonna go back the way I came. Though, out of blatant curiosity. Oh, that was a bad time. Get out of the fire. Jesus. Okay. Level up real quick. We're just gonna, up strength again. Okay. So... Road of Iniquity. I have to get to the castle, but... I think the castle's back up there? I'm not really 100% sure myself. So I'm gonna need these hands to start minding their own business. Jesus. Oh. I see. I don't like what I'm seeing. But I do see. Me not liking what I'm seeing is not preventing me from seeing it. What the fuck, Richard? That should not be a thing you can do. You can't come in here. You can shoot at me all you want, though. Oh, actually, do that again. Get him. You can do it. Yay! Free souls! I'm not gonna hug him. It's not happening. He breathes fire for some godforsaken reason. He's gonna burn this fucking very nice house down. Big creek. Anyways, I'm in the volcano house now. Lovable sort of head. Really? I'm jumping over your table. Bye, Maikeru. Thank you for coming by. I'm honestly probably going to end stream here soon myself because I'm also starting to get tired. But... Oh. Hello.
Aren't you precocious?
You've got a
We rarely
pretty
receive
nice...
visitors to the Volcano Manor without invitation.
Yeah, well, sorry.
Fascinating. And not unlike another guest we had long ago.
You have a nice outfit.
So,
Your knight's got cool-ass
tarnished.
armor.
Have you ever harbored doubts?
Yeah.
About the burden of grace and the dogmatic ramblings of the fingers?
Yeah.
If you have, why not join the Volcano Manor and fight with us, rise with us, against the Erd Tree?
I mean... Probably not. I feel like the answer is probably no. But you're right. Like, everything is fucked here. I'm gonna say no for now.
Now, let this intersection of...
Alright. Should I have told her yes?
Someone please kill him. That horrendous serpent. Praetor Rykard.
Hi.
You're tarnished.
Yeah.
Here to put the demigods to the sword.
Yeah.
Then please, kill the great serpent.
I feel like I should have told her
the
yes.
one that devoured Praetor Rykard. I left the serpent slaying spear in the Lord's chamber.
You got a voice.
Worthy tarnished. The great serpent. Praetor Rykard's ambitions. But they were reduced to gluttonous depravity. Whatever that sound, spare him.
Oh, you want me to kill him to help with his dishonor? I can't hit anything in here, so. Alright, door? Door. Door? Door. Door? Door. I mean, she's very pretty. But I feel like she's gonna take my head off. Or that knight next to her is going to take my head off. One of the two. Enemy ahead. No. Nope, I can swing again. You're correct. Time for rolling. Who am I rolling from? Alright. Oh. Oh, is that all? Oh god. understand the process now. I know how to avoid the pizza cutter. I just forgot to roll back so I could heal. I was like, oh, I should roll back so I could heal, and I rolled the wrong way. You gone? No, they're still there. I'm just not gonna talk to him since I pissed him off. Alright, let's go get this bitch and get my fucking runes back, asshole. Roll up. Anyways. Pizza cutter! Pew pew! Fingers, butthole. No, I'm not putting my fingers in the fire. Thank you for the recommendation, however. Who is this? Fingers, butthole. Fingers, butthole. Think carefully. Best weapon in the game. Pizza cutter? Is that the spear that he was talking about that he left upstairs? Yeah, it's pizza cutter? Oh, okay. Cool, cool, cool. If I talk to her again, is she gonna jump me?
What's this? Have you reek of rising? Now, let this in.
I don't know if I should tell her yes or not. Edgelord? Yeah, he kinda is. And I'll open from this side. Okay. Is that it? Is that all that's in there? No. The whole fucking manor. Do I need to tell her yes? It shortcuts you through to Rykard, or you can go through the dungeon. Where's the dungeon? Let's go through the dungeon. Bitch, where's the dungeon? Can I talk to him?
What's this? Have you reconsidered the rising with us against the Erd tree?
Oh, you have to tell her yes to get access to some rooms. Okay.
Very well. Your decision is now you belong. The drawing room lies down the hall.
Thank you. Well, it's not down this hall. Why'd you gesture this way? It's not down this fucking hall. Jesus, this woman. Okay, that door's blocked shut. Oh, there it is. All right. Secret entrance. Thank you. Whee. Okay. Yeah, I see you. Behold, down. Down indeed. Making sure I'm not missing anything. There are other NPCs here. I didn't see any, but as I see some, I'll chat with them. Let my poisoning go down a little bit. Ooh, new door. I can't try door. Message in the way. Can't try door. I'll just look around. We'll see. Whee! We go down, down, down by the river. Be wary of blood loss. Oh, this big boy. Oh god. Oh my god. Jesus. I accidentally rolled my fucking chair back. He stressed me the fuck out. Woo. Fuck. Look, I know they said he was a liar, but I just had to make sure. Okay, let's get this door. Oh. Well, this sure is a place. Hmm. Lizard! Oh. Don't dig. I wish you'd die. I don't much care for the things that you were doing just then. Oh, dogs. Hey! Really? You're at the rocks? Asshole. Well. I see. This place is kind of just ass, ain't it? I'm gonna be the one to say it. Not a fun place to be. Not a very fun place to be at all. Truthfully. God damn. That bitch be rolling. She's mad at me. I personally did the questline cut to Rykard. Not a bad idea, honestly. I'm just kind of looking around. This place sucks, though. A whole lot of big, not fun assholes around here. I could probably run it. Or they notice I'm here. Ow! Jesus! The poisoning happened so fast. It was a series of unfortunate events. Okay, I could do that. That's fine. Woo, boy. None of these guys are necessarily the most difficult. I just gotta get the fuck in there. You know what I mean? And avoiding all the poison, which is so much fun. Whatever. And yes, I am just gonna use the wolves. Oh! I know, I need my runes. God damn. That bitch is going crazy mode. She follows! Did you know that she follows you out? 'Cause I sure didn't! Hey, did you know that? Did you know that the Beyblade lady, can fit through that door? 'Cause I sure didn't. God damn it. I didn't know she could fit. Oh, that's so many souls over there. Oh, I gotta go get them. All right. Yeah, I didn't realize that that lady would follow you out. Ugh. I feel like it's a bad time in there. Oh, it's probably a bad time in there. Hit my lantern real quick. Oh. don't care much for the noise they make when they fall off the ceiling. I'm gonna be the first person to say it. Go ahead and open that door, make it a little easier for me on the come around. Oh no, I don't want to be out there. I'm just trying to make my life a little easier. Has anybody ever mentioned lately that this place fucking sucks? Ew. 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 Don't pitter-patter at me. I don't like it. Hello? I just said don't. I just said don't pitter-patter at me. It makes me uncomfortable. Does nobody respect my personal space here? I said don't pitter-patter at me. I don't like it. Not y'all being BDSM freaks. What, are you gonna pitter-patter at me next? Not today, you're not. It's not gonna happen. I don't like being pitter-pattered at. It upsets me. Hello? Oh, pitter-patters. Don't! I don't like to be touched. Oh, big boy. Hey. What's up, friend? Feel like I'm asking for a bad time wandering around in here. There are so many doors. And it feels like none of them are good. Ooh, this one is for sure not good. Oh. Well, oh, magma slugs. Love that. Not gonna go down there. I don't see a reason to. I'm just looking for another grace, if you want to be completely honest. Man, this place sucks. But I'm also notoriously not a fan of, like, lava levels. Oh, I have to go? Oh, there's a grace right there. Okay, bet. I didn't see it here. Touch on that a little bit. We're gonna come over here. We're gonna touch on this a little bit. We're gonna sit here. We're gonna use our fucking shit before it goes to hell. We will go up in strength again. Oh, these guys are back in here. Maybe? Maybe not. So I'm gonna go down there. Ooh, these guys explode. They don't explode? They do explode. No, they just spew magma at you and it burns. Got it. Got it. You just want to get them before they can see you. Okay, bad. So I imagine the tactic here is just a lot of run jumping. And a lot of dodging. The guy up there that's throwing shit at me. Roof over here. Okay. Up on this roof up here. Fire ahead. Oh, lizard. What's up, bub? No. We don't do all that. That's rude. Anyways. Oh, you could have just gone this way. Oh well, I get it now, so. Yeah, it's just a little spicy. Be wary of dragon. What? Be wary of who? I feel like that's a bad time. Oh, that goes up? That sure isn't the direction I thought that was gonna go. I guess I'll go up? See, I thought that was gonna go down. Oh. I may not want to be up. That's a big boy. Well, I guess I am up. Try down, yeah. Might be the call. What is this guy? Okay. We'll just see. Oh, manageable. Okay. That's fine. That's no biggie. He's fine. Ugh. Pretty gross in there. Oh, what the fuck is this? Push lever? He's like the Godskin duo? Oh, that's kind of cool. I have no idea what I just did. Oh, I'm raising the bridge. Nice. Fantastic. Whew, that bridge is hot. Probably shouldn't touch that for a minute. Let it cool off a little. So I imagine that's just a shortcut. Over. Oh, okay, okay. I'm just gonna go look real quick. Oh, did you not run around in here? Oh, I guess not. You took the shortcut, so. Okay, I'm gonna go back inside this building real quick. So I don't get too ahead of myself. Oh, actually, is that his boss fight right here? Oh! Hey! Hey, check this out. Whoa! Excuse me, sir. Oh, fuck. Ooh, getting cocky. Alright, there we go. Yeah, this thing's really good. Fucking bet. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. My hands are sweaty. I accidentally dropped my controller at one point because my hands got sweaty. We'll go ahead and up our HP. Never hurts to have more of that. That goes upstairs. I didn't forget to rest, I promise. What's the point of being up here? Oh, I see. Wraps around. Ah. Give him the old wraparound. Damn. Kind of wanted to run up on it, see what would happen. Not really much going on up here, huh? Big golden rune. This castle is really fucking sick. Confusion Ed. Why? Why are we confused? What is there to be confused about? Yeah, that guy's not super difficult, so that's nice. More than anything, he's just a little annoying when he gets all big and comes at you like that. I wasn't thinking I was gonna beat him first try, which is why I used the wolves and not my mimic. because I wanted to get an idea of how he moved with the wolves. Yeah, Rykard has great interior design. Also, is that not him? Oh no, I guess not, because now it's different. Oh, that must have been the guy I just fought then. Alright, well. Yeah, say what you will about Rykard, you know, blasphemy and all that shit. He's got great interior design. Did you see the elevator? Yeah, the one I took? Or was there a second elevator up there? There's a second one, I didn't see it. I saw this elevator. But if there's a second one somewhere, I didn't catch that. Oh. You can just jump here. Why ain't that something? Ooh, Golden Rune 12. Don't. Excuse me, ladies. I gotta slide by if you don't mind. Snow ahead, huh? Secrets. Secrets. It's top secret. And now I'm out here. But uh-oh. Run. Oh, fuck me. Oh! Oh! Did you know she can follow you all the way over here? There was a hole in the wall? I missed that. I just discovered she can follow you over the lava. Fuck that woman. Actually. Well, that was a lot of runes that I need back, so, you don't mind. I gotta go recover those real quick. Oh boy, I did not see the hole in the wall. No, indeedy, I did not. Look, I heard secrets. Ow. Okay, you said there's a hole in the wall? She doesn't see me, does she? Oh, she totally does. Oh! So there is. Oh! What the fuck? Woman! The hell? Jesus! There better not be one down here, too. I hate the pitter-patters. How unfortunate. Simple mages lost their way. Take a cookbook. Don't sit there. See, I was panicking, so I didn't see the obvious hole in the wall because I was panicking. I don't like those things, and I definitely don't like it when they chase me. They're very loud. Oh my god, it's already 9:30. Jesus. I need to go to bed. I'm sleepy. I'll stop at our next site of grace, I think. She better not still be out here. See, lizards are fine. I'm okay with lizards. Little snake guys, they're no biggie. Man serpents, that's what they're called. That bitch though? Fuck that bitch. Baby is asleep. Ugh. Damn. I wanted to tell her goodnight. I should have stopped when I said I was gonna earlier. That's an elevator. Okay, we'll see what that takes us. Oh. Down? Oh, that was a hole I could go through. The fuck's going on down here? What? The hell? Don't mind me, I'm just taking a little look-see. Peak jump attack. Oh. Oh, it just brings me back here. Wait, can I might actually be able to. Oh, yes. Secret door? Ugh. Oh. I'd fall through the elevator if I did that. Hold on, we'll try that again. I genuinely didn't think I'd fall through the fucking elevator. How the hell does that happen? Oh god. I can hear the pitter-pattering and I do not like it. Ugh. Is that it? Is that all that was at the secret door? How am I supposed to get down without dying? Window? Yeah, I guess window. Key ahead. The left required ahead. You! Okay, there's that bitch. Sitting and waiting. Ah, going through that window. But first, what's around here? Curiosity. Anything of interest? Anything good? No. Just a lizard. Just... Nope, just a couple snaky snakes. Well, you know. There's another snaky snake. What are you doing, buddy? Anyways... Ah, damn. Turn back. Seek God. Seek God? Why do I need to seek God? That's an ominous statement. Up, 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 up. God. Does Ricard get around his own house just through all the windows? Because if so, this man must be miserable. There's a little man. Ooh. But. All right, let's see. Yeah, you know, you make a good point. Ricard might not attempt to really get around much at all. What is that? Oh! Get out of the fire! Jesus. No item ahead. I should have read that first. What the hell is pitter-pattering in here? Probably something I hate. Betrayal. Probably should have read that message before I opened that door. Ew! I got man serpent ashes. That's pretty dope, I guess. Oh, hey. Oh. Sorry, I didn't see you down there. Gotta, you know, make sure I get everybody. I'm gonna come up here. Don't mind me, you two. Oh, is that thing a snake? Yeah, he do have a neck on him. Come here. Oh, you're a mage caster. Big brain snack. Oh, he's wearing an egg. His head never came out of his egg. Huh. Fascinating. Oh, and that's a portal. Okay, I don't want to take that, I feel like. Oh, yeah, what a goofy little man. Thought himself big brained, but no. Just has an egg on his head. Me too, dude. And then I guess there's another boss in here. We'll put the thing in and we'll see. I have a shit ton of these keys, so we'll put them in and just take a look-see. Yeah. The portal takes you to the boss? Oh. Oh, okay. Well, then I guess I'll take the portal. Weep, weep. Portal. Grace. Have a little sit. Take a load off. Alright, let's check this guy out real quick, and then, we'll end stream, no matter how this goes. It might go good, might go bad, who knows? We're gonna go ahead and grab... Heads up. Use the sword in there. Do I have to? Do I have to? I don't really want to. It's not leveled up or anything. Is it a requirement? I'll see. Oh, I don't like the way that's worded. You don't have to, but you'll see. Oh, I don't like the way y'all are wording this. Oh. Oh my God. You don't need to chomp me, sir. Why is my mimic just standing in the lava? Like a freak show? Mimic, get out of the lava, you fucking psycho. I'm going for its tail. I'm mostly just, what the fuck? What am I looking at here? Is that lava that it's standing in? Oh, I can go for its tail. Fascinating. Do you just have to take lava damage to fucking get this thing? Oh god, move. Or use a special weapon. Ah, fascinating. And then I guess I have to defeat Rykard now. Yeah. Gross, ugly man. Hi, I'm married to your sister. We just got engaged.
Oh, very well.
Nice to meet you. That's gross. Yeah, he's an ugly bastard for real, for real. You've got a lot of fingers, sir. One extra, in fact. Ugh. Nasty looking motherfucker, for sure. Me?
Join myself and King as remedy.
I don't like the way you talk.
Together we will devour the very god.
Yeah, you sound like you've got something stuck in your throat a little bit. Alright. Yeah, Mimic, back it up. While we try and figure this guy out. Wow, so you really do just have to take a shit ton of magma damage for this dude. I'm like trying to like comprehend him. Oh, I missed that somehow. Yeah. Will I join the Serpent King family? Probably not. Don't get me wrong. Snake lover through and through. But, there's just more than I care to do. Sure. We can say that I didn't. Oh my god, I can't see shit. What the fuck is happening? He's got so much going on. Okay. Alright. I got that for next time. I need to stop. I need to go to bed. Switch to the Serper Killer weapon for a better time. Okay, I'll make sure to do that. I will make sure that I do that. Oh god, hold on. 1 second. I need to go to bed. I do. I need to go to bed. 1 second. I forgot to fucking quit game. There we go. There we go. Sorry, Gore. I'm fucking with your music. No, it's okay. It's okay. I didn't realize you were using it, and that was stupid of me. Either way, we're gonna find somebody to raid. So, I've got other music, so it's okay. Don't go anywhere. Hold on. I want to find somebody to raid. And we're gonna listen to this. Oh, loud. Let's see. Who's live right now? I was gonna raid Yiggy, but she raided me instead. Let's see. Give it all you got. Let's raid. Okay, yeah. Sticky just started streaming and she's drawing right now, so we can raid her. She's having a great time. So we'll raid Sticky. And you guys all have a great night. I'm gonna have a good night. Mwah. I'll see y'all in the morning. Or I guess tomorrow. Earlier stream tomorrow, I think. By like an hour. Have a good night.